All right. Looks like we live. Looks like I got the right YouTube. Looks like everything is gravy. So let's get cracking here. How is everybody on this fine day? There we go. Let's go over to Offstold real quick. And then, let's see, is today Saturday? Today is Saturday, okay. There are likely to be just more people around in general. I'm likely to get attacked more often. This is the system I'm currently in. Tons of good stuff here, so I'm going to get to just stay here, which is great. Although there were a bunch of people, I think, probably just passing through. We get some angel stuff going on. We've got an open complex. Let's go check out some of these larges real quick. Just see if people are actually doing these. If they are, there's a lot of people. 11 people is a lot. So if they are doing these, then we'll see about it. My assumption is they're probably doing the angel cartel stuff and or hitting that open complex. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. On that, take me away. And we'll just watch up here and see. Looking good. Nobody's here. Perfect. So I went exploring video games yesterday. And there's a game that I had wishlisted, but I didn't really understand the full scope of what the game was getting into. And it's not 100% what I would like to see, but it is a step in that direction. I know we've talked on this channel before about having a game where your faction sort of has its own server, and periodically you get mashed together against other servers, similar to how you would in a game like Rise of Kingdoms or something like that. And then you play out a PvP war scenario in that server that you're sort of mashed together in. And then, whoever wins or whatever, it takes a bunch of metrics into consideration, like, the overall power of everybody in the server and stuff like that. It seems like there's actually a game that is going to do that. And it's called We Will Be Gods. And it looks pretty interesting. It's going to be kind of an MMO game. It's got some really interesting kingdom builder elements. I have it wishlisted right now, and I am honestly pretty excited to see how it develops. So if anybody knows... Ooh, this is just free. Check that out. Thank you. But if anybody knows any information about that game, please let me know. Or somewhere where I could get some information about that game, or somewhere where I can sign up for a beta. Any of that stuff. It seems like a really interesting game to me, and I really want to follow it as it develops. And I'm just not finding a lot of information. I mean, it's still in like a pre-alpha. I know they've had some tests. There was some information or some YouTube videos from the developers themselves that had to do with some of those tests. And the the stuff that was put out was pretty good, but I'd like to maybe get a little more comprehensive information. Maybe I'll try reaching out to the dev team. But it seems like it's being pretty underrepresented. And I think it's because there's not a ton of information out there right now. People don't really know. Even I'm speculating a little bit here as to exactly how their war mechanic and stuff will be working. But it's got sort of a League of Legends / Rise of Kingdoms vibe. Is probably what I would say based on what I've been able to glean. And I mean, that's kind of exactly what I would like to see. I'd like to see something with a little bit better crafting system than we normally get. But this is going to have like some RTS elements, it looks like, with, creating minions and stuff like that, kind of like the League of Legends minions that, run it down between towers. So it seems like there's going to be some elements of that stuff, but it's going to be on a much larger scale map with, potentially thousands of people in a single server, with maybe 1,000 people per side or something like that. I don't know how many sides will be involved. I assume it's going to be more than just a 1v1. It wouldn't shock me if it was as many as 8 servers coming together to fight a war. But yeah, I mean, it has a lot of things that seem pretty interesting to me. So we'll be trying to look into that like a lot. I'm pretty hype. All right, let's do our faction warfare stuff. I'm trying to sell my LP. I got into Vortex's LP brokerage chat here, but the person who runs it isn't here. Right, this is the Vortex, the holder, isn't here. I don't know if there are other people from that in here or what. Doesn't really matter. Just trying to sell my LP. So we can get some stuff going. It is for sure a big deal, though, that a game like that is coming out. I mean, it's going to take a while, but Hey, nice. Most of these people are leaving. That's fantastic. Means we're gonna get to get a bunch of LP here for free. That's what really matters. Being able to get our free LP. So we can get all of our accounts going. I really hope that at some point there's here to buy this, or there's someone here to buy this. I posted earlier that I was looking to sell, but I hadn't gotten any messages back. It's a little sad. Only a few more days, another 5 days until the new Last Epoch patch comes out, which is also exciting. Last Epoch has a really cool item crafting system that I really enjoy. It's not really got a lot of gameplay elements, and there's not really any sort of skill expression, so to speak. There's a little bit of, knowledge and understanding and strategy to it. But it does at least hit on the fact that it requires a lot of small decisions because you're upgrading individual stats and stuff like that as you level up the items in that game. So it's definitely a step in the right direction. And ARPGs are actually surprisingly the games that have the most interesting crafting systems, which is kind of strange to me. You would think it would be MMOs. ARPGs are more about just massive amounts of loot and, picking through items to get what you need. And it's weird to me that in that genre is where we also get the best crafting systems I've ever seen. But whatevs. Is this complex gone? No, it's not. It's weird. Super weird. Ding. Time to go to another one. So much free ISK. Eve Whisper, anonymous intel sharing. Eve Onion. Okay, this must be a joke. Don't really care. Dum 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 ba doo be dum 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 ba doo be dum. Do you have the time to listen to me whine? I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with my LP. Such a pain in the booty. But we're getting there, a little bit closer every single day to the end goal. know, I'm sleepy as fuck all of a sudden. What is happening to me? Por qué? Hmm. I'm having some... Oop, I forgot. Sorry, I'm getting really distracted today. This is just such a boring activity. But it's kind of a necessary one. We just have to get to a point where we're earning enough currency to, you know, get all of our accounts plexed up and get ourselves a little bit of a cushion and stuff like that. And we just can't do that as effectively by actually playing the game. as we can by doing this. So we just don't really have a choice. This is what we do. But it does mean just kind of sitting around staring at a screen, which isn't something I'm really good at, so I tend to alt-tab out here. I've been looking at YouTube because there's a lot of stuff going on in the game development space lately as it pertains to AI. We're getting to a point now, we have been getting to a point for a little while now, but we're getting to a point now where it's becoming significantly easier to use generative AIs to build video games with no coding knowledge, with no art abilities, with, you know, very limited ability to create animations and stuff like that, or even no ability to create animations and stuff like that. And I understand why so many people hate the idea of, you know, AI generated video games. And I understand why, you know, game developers, indie game developers, people are terrified of these things taking their jobs, or, you know, AAA companies putting out really bad video games. And just trying to make a quick buck and over monetizing, and especially as easy as it'll be to use AI to create like cosmetics and stuff, and then sell those cosmetics for stupid amounts of money without having to commission an artist or, you know, even an art team to get those things done. But I'm excited about artificial intelligence in gaming. And it's not just about having NPCs that can, you know, actually respond and react. But for me, it also is about game development. The more people who have the ability to prototype their ideas, the more data we can get about those ideas and about the viability of those ideas. And so from an individual perspective, right, as a player of video games, as somebody who has pretty much dedicated the entirety of my life to playing video games, ever since I got my first console, which was an NES when I was a little kid. You know, I've played video games with basically all of my free time ever since then. It's been 30 years now. And so I have a lot of ideas. I've seen a lot of different systems and mechanics, and, you know, I've seen how they work, and I understand how they maybe could work together to make more interesting video games. And I don't personally have the money to fund a video game or a development studio, and I don't have the skill set to make a video game. What I do have is enough creativity and enough knowledge to use an AI to create a prototype. And I think simply by putting that prototype out there, and just letting it marinate in the world, you know, not in an effort to make any money or anything like that, but just in an effort to better game development by having a proof of concept, is fairly important. And so it's something I might start working on. You know, my computer's fairly weak, and I don't exactly know what the suite of tools I would need to use is. I don't know what the cost of said suite of tools is, right? Because a lot of AI tools are, especially AI tools that can actually, do anything, are fairly expensive to use. So we'll be looking into it a little more. Because I just think it's really important. I think it's important to get out there and just create opportunities, create room for ideas to be expressed. But we'll see. I am very much on the thinking positively side of AI. I know that's fairly unpopular, especially in the YouTube space. But, well, I think it's just an incredible tool. Now we're up to 4.7 mil. We're going to have 5 mil here real soon, which will be 4 billion. Hey, what's up, Corbin? Yeah, unfortunately, that's just where we're at in our lives. It won't be this way always, but and just like any game, especially modern MMOs, there's just a lot of dead time in the early game of MMO games. You've got to get to the point where you can compete before you can compete. And unfortunately in EVE, I think this is just the best way to go about it. So here we are. Here we are. I'm trying to sell this fucking LP, but were you doing some ratting and stuff? Trying to get some modules for your Iron Man? Sorry, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Grabbing stuff people left behind. That's hilarious. Is that very effective? Sometimes people leave behind a module that reprocess as well, or I get plenty of free ammunition and missiles. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't really think about it. But I guess, yeah, if you go to, like, asteroids or combat sites or something like that, if somebody didn't pick up all of the loot boxes out of all the little enemies and stuff that they killed, I could see potential value in there. Goodness, that's a slow-ass way to go about trying to gear up, though. Fuck. Iron Man in this game sounds rough. Just thinking about, you know, all the things I already use the market and stuff for, and then trying to come up with a way to do that without the market, I would stab myself in the face with a fork. That's what would happen. Yeah, I think this game is probably one of the most difficult games. You know, I've seen RuneScape Iron Mans, and you know, I've played a lot of MMOs like Albion Online or you know, New World or something like that. And honestly, those games are fairly easy to Iron Man, I think. But fuck, trying to do it in Eve sounds awful. Just booty cheeks. You definitely gotta be built different. And I am not. I'm a basic ass bitch. If I get stuck or bored, I can switch over to my main and start flying my healer around. That's fair. Having an extra account that's not trapped in the Iron Man idea is definitely beneficial for that. Are you familiar with Corbin, or have you heard any information about a game? It's like in pre-alpha right now, but it's going to be an MMO called We Will Be Gods. And it seems like it's going to be kind of like a League of Legends slash Rise of Kingdoms kind of a thing. You're watching timers tick down in Eve. Most people don't even try playing this game. I wouldn't say you're basic. It is on Steam. It does have a Steam page right now. The amount of information I've been able to find out about the game is fairly limited. But just based on what I think is its general concept, I think it'll be pretty good. So I don't know if you've ever played any games like Rise of Kingdoms or Call of Dragons or any of those kingdom builder games, but it seems like it's going to have a pretty similar server setup where, you know, you'll go into your server and you'll have your guild or whatever, and then your server will kind of fight for dominance. But then that server becomes your home server, and then you sort of all end up on the same team. And then periodically your server gets pushed into a war. with other servers. And so over the course of, a couple of months, you'll have this big, huge war that goes on with these other servers. And then afterwards, you all kind of go back to your home servers. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Rise of Kingdoms, I think, is just the most popular, but there's Rise of Kingdoms, Rise of... It used to be called something else. It wasn't always Rise of Kingdoms. It was like... It was Rise of something else. But they're very pay-to-win games. And normally they're very basic in their combat. So you just kind of like, you click your dude and then you send them over in a direction and they kind of auto-fight. And this new game, this War of... this We Will Be Gods game, looks like it's going to be much more active, where instead of kind of controlling different armies and stuff, you'll just be controlling a hero at a time. But the building mechanics seem really interesting, right? It seems like they're going to have almost sort of a tower/creep system, like they do in League of Legends, where you'll be building out these towers and sort of taking control of the area, and then building creep barracks and stuff like that, so that there will be NPCs to defend your territory. And so it's got this whole kind of open world MMO League of Legends vibe going on. I actually think it's going to be pretty fucking cool. Because you'll just be kind of in this perpetual war during war times. So I don't know how they'll implement the off war times. I don't know how they'll implement PvE stuff. I don't know how... a lot of things are going to be... I still don't understand quite yet, but overall, if it turns out even close to what I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be pretty fucking good. I am really interested in the idea of having a home server that goes to war with lots of other servers, for a while. And then once the war is over, you go back to your home server and you prepare again. I really, really like that idea. Let me take a look at it, see what Steam shows me. Yeah, absolutely. It's something I've been talking about for a few years with my brothers. Is just that, instead of just even having faction systems inside the same server, the first MMO I ever played was called Dark Age of Camelot. And in Dark Age of Camelot, you joined one of the three factions, Hibernia, Midgard, or Albion. And when you joined that faction, you went to that faction's PvE area to level up, and you never interacted with the members of the other factions. Even when you were in PvP areas and they were chatting in the same local as you, it wouldn't tell you what they said. It would just say that so-and-so said something in a language that you don't understand. And so there was basically no way to directly communicate with the people on the other side. And I thought that was really cool, and I always really liked that. But I also liked the idea of having completely separate faction zones. The problem with Dark Age of Camelot, it's a really old game, and so you always fought the same groups of people from those other factions. And so eventually you kind of got to know who those people were based on what they looked like, based on the class they were playing, based on how they sort of played and interacted. And that was kind of cool, but I think it'd be really awesome to kind of get this rotation in, right? You have a war, there's a victory condition, one of the factions wins the war, and then you all go back home, and then you get mashed together in a new war with a new group of people. I think it'll be a really, really cool dynamic. Especially if it's the focus, right? I think Realm versus Realm is kind of like that on Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2. But it's not really the focus of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Looking at this, I have a knee-jerk negative reaction with the League Association. See, I loved League of Legends, and I love the League of Legends control scheme. And, you know, I love how different a lot of their heroes and stuff are. So if the game went full hero style instead of individual character RPG style, I would probably still be cool with it. And I love the idea of using, you know, it's why I like Albion Online so much, is because I really like the League control scheme, that isometric control scheme. So that's a really big positive for me, but I liked League as a game, but the players ruined it for me oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The player base is tragically toxic, for sure. But that's something that can be overcome. I was watching a video the other day about a system that had been developed for a game that never ended up coming out, where when you gave people awards, you know how at the end of League you like give people awards that say, you know, you did good, or you were a team player, or this person was the MVP, or whatever. So it took that award system and sort of accented it by telling you how many times you had awarded a person when they came into your team, or how many people you know that you have awarded or have a positive relationship with, who have also played with this person and given them awards and sort of vouched for them. So it created this sort of system of vouching where every time you said that somebody did a good job, now anytime that person became sort of part of your circle. And then if that person had a positive experience with another player, so, you know, there were 2 degrees of separation, you to the player that you liked, the player that you liked to this other player, then it would tell you, like, you know, this person that you played with also played with this other player that you're playing with right now, and they said they were a good team player, or, you know, they had good communication, or whatever. Because people are really likely to accept their own experiences with a player. So what they were trying to do basically was set up this network of, you know, your own personal vouches, and then to put those vouches back in your face every time you played with a person. So if I'm playing with a person who I've maybe played with 5 or 6 times in the past, and, you know, 4 or 5 of those times I had put that this person was a good communicator or a team player or something like that, and then I get into a game with them and they just suck super, super bad, then I'm much more likely to go, oh, well, you know, I've already played with this person a couple of times. I've already vouched for this person to myself. So I'm just going to assume that they're just having an off day and then not be such an asshole. Was kind of the thought process behind it. And so it made you think that you were building up this sort of network of people that you want to play with. But really it was just based on the fact that the more you play, the more people you interact with, the more and more likely you are to have interacted positively with basically everybody who plays the game. And it was actually going to be very unlikely that you weren't going to play positively with somebody else. When I played, there was no system like that. It didn't seem to matter which MOBA I played. The players were awful. That would definitely make... Yeah, so that system doesn't exist in League of Legends. That system doesn't exist at all because it was developed for a game that wasn't released. So, yeah, I mean, League of Legends is still an absolute fucking cesspool of toxic bullshit. But, you know, there are people conceptualizing systems out there, and there are people trying to find a way to, you know, gamify people's own experiences into tricking them into thinking, or not even tricking them into thinking something, but gamifying their recognition of the fact that the people they're playing with aren't nearly as much of a problem as they knee-jerk think that they are. It's one thing to get into a game with a person whose name you don't recognize because you're not paying attention to other people's names, and to say, oh, well, this person's playing like shit, and then flame them. But it's a totally different thing to play with a person who maybe you don't recognize their name, but then the system comes up and says, hey, you've played with this person 10 times in the past, and all 10 times you've said they were a great player, and then they suck really bad, and you're like, oh, well, I mean, I didn't fail to realize they were bad at the game 10 times in a row. They must be fine. You know, they must just be having an off day. And it's much easier to have empathy for somebody that you've vouched for to yourself in the past. But I would love to see a system like that implemented, and something like that could be implemented in this, right? Some sort of a reputation system inside of your kingdom. It says like, hey, I've had this interaction with this person, right? It could be used for MMOs. It could be, you know, tweaked and changed for a lot of different games. And I think it would definitely cut down on a lot of toxicity for a lot of that stuff. People just need to more consistently be reminded, like, you know, people have off days. People aren't always at the top of their game. Even you aren't always at the top of your game, right? I play shitty all the time. So we'll see. Maybe some people will come up with some good ideas and implement some cool things to help mitigate some of those issues in the future. At least somebody's thinking about it, right? Just need a game where if I screw up, I'm not being called a slur within seconds of it. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Because that just makes me spiral harder. Right? If I'm playing a League of Legends match and, you know, I fuck up and I know I fuck up, and I think to myself, oh, that was a bad idea. I shouldn't do that again. And then somebody's like, you dumb piece of shit. You shouldn't even play the game. How are you in this rank? You're so garbage. You know, KYS. And just immediately, I'm just like, oh, cool, well, fuck this person. And I'm just going to run it down 100 times out of 100. Because I can't. You scream at me like that, and I will just shut down and just start sucking so bad. There's no middle ground. There's no progression loop there. Like, I'm going to go from 0 to fuck you instantly. And it's not even a conscious thing. I don't have the capacity to deal with that at all. Which is why I haven't played League of Legends in years, but... And that's not exactly a good way to, you know, deal with that situation. Right? I could just mute the channel and go about my day, but... Well, I can't do that. I just gotta run it down. Used to be a very happy Leona support main. And I too haven't touched the game in a decade. Yeah, I was so excited when I found it. That first time ever playing League, where you go through their little tutorial or whatever, and the game shows you like how to kill the towers and how to deal with the creeps and, you know, shows you all those other things. I got through the tutorial. I hadn't even played an actual match yet. And I walked out of my room. This was when I was still living with my two brothers and our good friend. I walked out of my room and I was like, y'all, you have to play this game. It's so good. Go download it right now. It's free. And I mean, we all just instantly fell in love. And I mean, we played, my little brother was insanely good. I don't remember what rank he got to, but like insanely good at that game. I've never been higher than gold rank because I'm an absolute garbage can. But my little brother tears that game up, or tore that game up. He doesn't really play anymore. It was such a novel, cool, interesting idea, and I'd never played, so I didn't know Dota, right? Defense of the Ancients. I didn't know that was a thing. I had never heard of the Dota mod before. I didn't really play WoW. Or not WoW, the Warcraft games. I didn't really play a lot of RTSs, so I just wasn't really familiar with that. Such a good time. Such a good time. Really disappointing. I did spend some money on skins and I did enjoy it, but overall the experience was ruined. Now I typically auto-mute people in a party, just assuming the worst. It's an admittedly bad practice that I have to work on. I mean, it's not necessarily, though. I mean, it sucks to auto-mute people, because then you don't have the ability to have positive interactions. But I think I'd rather have neutral interactions than potentially have negative interactions. And that's kind of what the muting thing is just the neutrality. So, but it does isolate you from potentially good interactions. We actually have, you know, I have a bunch of friends who I've never met, you know, because I've played video games my whole life. I don't really socialize outside of that. And so I know a lot of people who I've never actually met before, who I've only met because of interacting with them in video games. And so you do lose that potential if you're not willing to talk to people. But you also don't have to deal with the frustration of being cursed at and called slurs, so. Another thing that I think would be a better path to take is I don't think that the punishments for verbal abuse are nearly severe enough in video games. You know, it's always just some BS, you know, timeout in the chat or something like that. Straight up ban people's accounts. I'll say that Helldivers has been an overall positive experience in multiplayer with randoms. That's interesting. Maybe because it's primarily PvE. I definitely think that the PvP aspect of a lot of games really drives a lot of that toxicity. Because people don't like to lose. I have yet to play Helldivers, though. The overall enthusiasm for the game's message and lore is kind of addicting. Interesting. I gotta admit, lore was not one of the things that I would think would draw people to Helldivers. Since I don't have the bosses running Sozu, I actually don't have the points running either right now. Because their only function is to attack the boss. So if we want to actually test things, we can't very well have the points running for days without bosses. Broadsword always looks cool in the game. Is that... Okay. Some sort of a ship or something in Helldivers? Ding. Oh, it's an Eve ship. Okay. Interesting. Do you not like the smart bombing? Acceleration. Got it. That's less than fun. Yeah, thankfully I live out here in Minmatar space where basically nobody does that. Really? I don't think I've ever run into an auto bomb. Or maybe I've flown by them and everybody just figured my frigate was so shit that they weren't going to waste the money blowing me up. Maybe that's what happens. Got it. Don't want to be getting your expensive ship blown up. I mean, that's kind of the way risk versus reward PvP is incentivized, though. Why would you not go after targets who are weaker than you, or that you have an advantage over, if there's a potential that you could lose everything if you lose the fight? The only people who are looking for even fights are the people who don't have the ability to outship their opponents, really. Yo, Rare Rick, what's up? Been a while, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not gameplay that I would find enjoying, but used to like baiting them into bombing a scout and then jumping them, but it's been a while since I've done that. Doing good. So you got your second account now? Yeah, we're almost to 3. I have all of the LP I need. I'm having a little bit of trouble getting it sold right now. Usually takes a few days. But once I get that LP sold, I'll buy my 3rd account. And then it won't take very much longer to get the 4th one done. And then we'll be rocking and rolling. Yeah, then we're gonna get some wolves. We're gonna make ourselves a little four banger wolf pack and go blow some people up. There's a smart bomber set up at the first low sec from Minmatar starting zone right now with 2 buddies. Yo, Slim Monkey, what's up? I see you've been doing some streaming. Good deal. Good deal. How's that been going for you? Yeah, man. Gotta love the wolf pack. Whoops. Bye, fuckface. A cruiser. I think I found today what I'm going to do. Restarted new tune, Iron Man. Faction Warfare, Rags to Riches. Gross. I would never ever Iron Man EVE Online. Sounds like a great way to make me hate my life. But hey, I guess if you want to hate yourself, that's fine. No player market purchases, only using what I build or find myself, or I'm able to purchase from NPCs and get from missions. I mean, you can always go back to a Corvette, Sozu. I don't think Iron Man is about only having one life. I think it's about not interacting with the markets at all, right? Playing solo, basically. Playing the game as if it was a single player game. And all the other players are NPCs. Ugh. I mean, except there will still be a market in Eve Frontier. Or at least an ability to trade with other players, I'm sure. Even if it's a little janky. How's the LP hunt? Going good. I'm almost up to 5 million. Just got to sell it now so I can buy my 3rd account or PLEXed my 3rd account. So that I can be running 3 of these things. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Sozu. I am not capable of that. Yeah, I mean, if you're having a good time, you're having a good time. There's you doing that. Warping Wombat is doing that. Corbin, who's another person in the chat, is doing Iron Man right now. It might be kind of fun to do like a team Iron Man. Interesting twist for Iron Man Eve is that faction modules are easier to come by than T2. That's an interesting point. So instead of just playing Iron Man, play Alpha Iron Man. Oh shit. There's a Final Fantasy concert going on in my town soon. Damn. That's kind of cool. Not that I would ever actually go because that's way too many people for me, but I've been to one concert in my life, and it was nightmare fuel. Never again. Oh, God, no. God, no. I would never want a bunch of random strangers to be touching me. I barely hugged my own mother. Hell no. So my idea so far for him was Ashkar Ral was once the lead engineer for respected Minmatar. I love that you're using Ral. I love the Sword of Truth books. Industrial Corp supplying the Tribal Liberation Force, but his philosophy, sell to anyone willing to fight the Amar, no questions asked. Clashed with the Corp's rigid loyalty protocols. When he began selling weapons to outlaw factions, pirate militias, and even rogue Galente cells, he was branded a liability and cast out. Final transmission to the board. You want purity? I want victory. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even worried about somebody trying to cop a feel. I mean, gross, don't be a disgusting pig, but like I don't even want some random person touching me in the back or on the bicep or something. I don't like people touching me. Fuck all of that. Shot of Venture, my question is, why would someone go to low sec to mine Pyroxers? Maybe they don't know that it's possible to mine in high sec? Maybe they're new like me. They've only been playing for a couple of days. That Venture was the only ship they had. And you just went out there and blew them up when they were just trying to get some missions done. Because you're an asshole. Such an asshole. I wonder if it would be more likely to get them killed or less likely to get them killed if we just put big neon signs on all the new players that said new player. I wonder if people would kill them more often or less often. Over Sino drop incoming? Maybe. Can you use Sinos in LowSec? Is that a thing? Oh, I totally thought you could only use them in nullsec. Crazy. Fucking crazy. The end of the world, it'll be Keith Richards and cockroaches. Be like, I smoked your uncle, did you know that? Fucking crazy. I think bubbles and bombs are the only things restricted to nullsec. Okay. Yeah, I did not know that. I thought any of the super advanced, like, crazy tech would be null only. Be 100% into players having immunity unless they shoot at someone. Yeah, I mean, that's really kind of the... kind of the question, isn't it, Monkey? Trying to figure out how long should you protect a new person for. I think instead of a time limit, it should probably be based on skill. Skills gained. Maybe not just a specific number of skill points, but a specific skill that you could get to. Maybe even a series of skills that you could get to. Like if you got to tier 5 in any of the faction ships, So whether it was destroyers or cruisers or whatever, if you went to like tier 5 Minmatar frigate or tier 5 Minmatar destroyer or something like that, then it could take that benefit away from you. Yeah, I mean, not being able to use warp scrams would be totally fine. Or, you know, equipping a warp scrambler could take you out of that or something. You'd have to be really clear with the rules and stuff. Obviously, you couldn't be going all willy-nilly with it, but you can get all the skills needed for the Magic 14 and the Air Enforcer in 70 days on Alpha. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, I don't think you set it at a number of days, though. I think you set it to trigger based on whether or not you hit certain milestones for skills, so that you could, if you wanted to, spend some more time broadening. And so, you know, you keep getting the really kind of low tier skills and skilling up low tier stuff. And then when you're finally ready, you go ahead and you finish up with something like, you know, the advanced frigates or, you know, the advanced weapon modules or something like that that kick you up into Tech 2 or, you know, just whatever it is. You know, you'd have a bunch of them across a bunch of different stuff. And so as soon as you take one of those and get the skill in that, then you lose it. Because now you're finally in a position where you could, you know, actually compete with most of the people you bump into. That is a good point. I did not think about the ventures. Man, I've had too much water this morning. I gotta go pee again. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That's exactly what would happen. So yeah, definitely a number of skill points and a time limit. Yo, what's up, Guardian? Sorry, I had to go use the restroom real quick, like right when you came in. How is Guardian and all of the Guardian peeps? How is the Phasmophobia today? I see that y'all expanded your weekend game together, stream together group by another person. I saw there were 4 of y'all today. That's very exciting. You know, still just sitting here watching timers tick down. Still super boring, but we have everything we need to get our 3rd account. We just have to get our LP sold so we can turn it into PLEXed. So we can PLEX our 3rd account. And then in a couple more days, we will have our 4th account PLEXed. And then we'll have 4 accounts and we'll go run around and shoot some people in the face. Because that's how we do. Gotta shoot people in the face. Well, that's not a bad plan there, Sozu, with mining a certain amount of minerals and stuff, too. Let me enlighten you of a joke the kids were saying just last week. I honestly, I don't know, Guardian. I don't know what the point of life is if it's not to shoot people in the face. In a video game. Obviously, not in real life. It is one of my favorite pastimes. To hug rocks? I can't say that I've ever hugged a rock. And honestly, now I'm just a little bit concerned, Monkey. I don't understand. Apologies for raiding and dashing, but I need to go eat. Yeah, have a good day there, Guardian. And you never have to apologize for raiding. It's awesome, and I really appreciate it, so thank you so much. I just... What do you get from hugging a rock? I mean, I guess if it's out in the sun, it's kind of warm. And if it's in the shade, it's kind of cool. So maybe that's a good reason to hug a rock. But the point of life? I always thought the point of life was 42. Or the meaning of life was 42. Stability? Yeah, I really don't know, Monkey. Took us off on a really crazy tangent there. Now I'm super confused. So thanks for that. They were talking about a new skin in Fortnite from Fantastic Four. So they were saying, did you guys see the Fantastic Four skin? Or do you have a Fantastic Four skin? They were meaning the PP. Crack them up every time. Won't be the last time. I picked up on that right away, Sozu. I think that's hilarious. That sounds like some shit that they would say in the Navy. That's fucking funny. Do you have the Fantastic Four skin? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Leave it to kids to find a way to be absolutely disgusting little shits, but still maintain their plausible deniability. We were just talking about the skin in Fortnite, miss. I swear. Goofy little bastards. That's pretty damn funny, though. I've had a good chuckle. I've had a good chuckle. Man, this Eve music's gonna put me to sleep. I'm gonna go right to bed right now. Just boop. That time. Now that we've got some more people in here and it's not just me and old Corbin, have any of the rest of y'all heard anything about, or do you know anything about the game We Will Be Gods? Because I've started looking into it a little more here recently, and it's looking like it's gonna be pretty cool. Take a quick peek into it. There's not a ton of information out. It's still in like an alpha state right now. So you might not be able to get a ton of information. But it's got kind of a like a League of Legends / Rise of Kingdoms vibe. And I've always been a big fan of the Kingdom Builder games. I hate them because they're all insanely monetized. So I never end up actually playing them beyond, a couple of days until I hit that wall where you sort of have no choice but to spend money. But if this game isn't monetized that way and it's got the League of Legends control scheme, I think it's going to end up being a pretty good game. And I am pretty excited about it. It's called We Will Be Gods. Couldn't get into League of Legends because of how slow I felt the characters walked. No, it's not a slow-paced game, but the animations made them feel slow. That's interesting considering you play Eve. And everything in Eve literally waits until the next second tick to actually happen. Like that outstretched walk where they hover for a second with both feet off the ground. Oh. Yeah, it's not something I ever noticed, actually. But you can go 8 kilometers a second. You're right about that. You're right about that. Gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Uh, I have no idea. Once upon a time, you could stack prop mods and relatively easily break 10 kms. This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow, pirate so brave on the 7 seas, a mystical quest to the Isle of Tortuga, raven like sway on the ocean breeze. That was kind of weird, but we're back in the club, buying up the bar so the groupies show us love. Call me Iceman, I'm the top gunner. Heater on blast, I'm the #1 stunner. Love me some Lonely Island. So funny. Multiple prop mods, you could do it in a lot of ships, not only a 500 billion one. Is that how much that costs? A gold magnate? Magnate. Let's look. What do we got? Ooh. The claw. Yeah, that thing's pretty dope though. Let's see. View market details. I'm in... Yeah, not a place where you can see this. Because I'm near the Minmatar area, but... I don't see any sort of... Try contracts. I don't even know how to look at contracts, honestly. You have to give me a minute to figure it out. Contract. Contract search. Gold magnate. No contracts. Oh, current region. All regions. No contract. The fuck? Well, now I want one. Not only do I want one, that's what I need to do. Is I need to buy some of those special ships that you just can't get anymore, and then hunt down other copies and blow them up to increase the value of mine. With a lot of luck, you might be able to get a silver magnate. I think they're not as expensive. Why you gotta doubt me like that, Rick? You think I can't afford 500 billion ISK? Think I'm some sort of a newbie scrub? I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna buy me one of those gold magnates now. I don't think anyone who owns a gold magnate will undock it anymore. Maybe not. Maybe not. That just means I gotta go blow up the station where it's docked at, right? If they've got it docked somewhere out in Nullsec in some Alliance hangar somewhere, just gotta go blow it up. And then steal it. And I'll have two. I would 1000% throw whatever I am flying at a gold magnate if I see one undock. I mean, I think most people would probably have that reaction if they knew what it was. I know I would have that reaction if I knew what it was. Without any skills or implants, you can get a gold magnate to 13 kilometers per second. Wow. That's kind of cray-cray. Danny Lowbiter. Obi Nasty. There are some interesting names in this game, let me tell you. Let's go check on this chat real quick. Nope. Doesn't look like anybody's here to buy. We're almost up to 5 mil though. Which means we're about 4 billion. Which is dope. Ding.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Why did I just get a sound like I got scrammed?
Warp drive active.
I am definitely going to fall asleep sitting in my chair today. I am feeling way too relaxed. Does anybody else have their eye on any other games that are coming out soon? Preferably something in the MMO and or survival genre, because that's really kind of where I like to spend my time. I know there's a couple of Korean MMOs coming out, right? We've got Bellatorus and Chrono Odyssey coming out. I'm pretty sure we got Move 4 also. I'm not terribly excited about those because they'll be monetized in some absolutely ridiculous fashion. And I'm not really into all that. But maybe if there's something that's going under the radar for a lot of people. I know we've got Warborn coming out fairly soon, which is kind of a new take on Albion. Another isometric sort of war game. I was really going to get into Albion, but I didn't. Albion's black zones are just way too punishing. Albion has an even greater issue with the people at the top having a huge portion of the wealth, even worse than EVE Online does. Then my friend said, let's play this, and we did, and I never went back. Yeah, I would definitely prefer EVE over Albion. One 100%. I definitely prefer Albion's combat style, though. In fact, I don't really like EVE Online's combat at all. But that's just because I personally really like the isometric MOBA controls. But that's entirely a personal preference. I can't tell if this is supposed to be polio as in the disease or polo as in Marco. You set your controls to a flight stick. It's like you have giant Star Trek buttons. That's interesting. I never really thought about that. You know, I've changed some of mine around where I've got QWER across the top here. And then I've got D and F down here for controlling a lot of things. And then I've got like T and G for choosing to circle certain objects and stuff and target and do all that other stuff. So I've moved my controls around a pretty significant amount, but and a flight stick / pad, one of those large controllers for fighting games, yeah. I mean, I think that's super dope. One of the first games I ever remember playing was a game called Raptor on our old Pentium PC. And it booted from the DOS, but it was, you know, a top scrolling flight sim combat game. We used to play it with a joystick. I broke a bunch of joysticks because I was way too rough. I like to slam the joystick around because it made me feel cool. And inevitably we broke a couple of them, but likes to say engage when we fleet with a bunch of people. I mean, you gotta go where the fantasy takes you, right? At least they're having fun. Don't try and take their fun away from them. Yo, what's with all these nerds in my fucking zone, dude? Can y'all fuck off, please? I feel like it'd be really great if these folks would just fuck off. He throws some other IP into whatever we play. Arcage, when we would die in a Zerg, he always said Zerg versus Zerg fights, he would run you fools. One time he was late. That's awesome. That's awesome. That person sounds like a lot of fun to play video games with. Definitely not taking life too seriously. I have a really big problem of taking my gaming way too seriously and forgetting that it's just fucking pixels on a screen. This person does not appear to have that problem. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some food real quick. I could see that getting annoying sometimes. Like, we've got a bunch of people all playing together or something, and it's kind of a serious moment. And if that person doesn't know how to, take things serious when they're serious, then it could get frustrating. But it's definitely good to have somebody there who can remind everybody, like, hey, we're playing a fucking video game.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh my goodness, peanut butter and honey is so good. Thing I really like about this game is, unless you're in some sort of really sort of faster paced combat, you know, some PvP or something, you really just can play this game with your mouse. So I can sit here with my plate in my lap and eat my food and still maintain my efficiency at completing my tasks here, earning my LP.
Warp drive active.
Something else I've kind of been thinking about I have 12 thumb buttons. I can PvP mouse only. I hate those fucking mice. I used to have a Razer that had the psycho number of thumb buttons. And I could only use like 4 or 5 of them. Like my thumb's just not that dexterous. But now I've got just the 2 side buttons on my mouse. And so I use those. One of them controls my mute on my Discord. And the other one controls my mute on my stream. So it makes it really, really easy for me. Like, even if I need to have a conversation on the Discord, because for some reason I'm talking to somebody or something like that, I can do it during stream if I really needed to. But I love having my mutes on my Discord or on my thumb buttons. I always really, really hate when, so like my friend group, my brothers and our friends and stuff that game together, when we were really gaming a lot, we don't really do it together anymore. And I'm really the only one who continuously, well, I guess my older brother too. Me and my older brother are really the only ones who play games pretty consistently anymore. But we used to get in Discord calls and we'd all be sitting there playing like Path of Exile when the new leagues would drop. You know, everybody get in a Discord call, and my little brother would make a big ass plate of nachos and we just sit there mowing down on nachos playing PoE. And everybody else would just chew into the microphones. And it didn't bother anybody else. And, you know, because they wanted to be able to talk, or they didn't want to have to, because I always forget, right? I'll hit my mute button and I'll forget. So then I'll just be talking to my fucking self like an asshole. And so they didn't want to have to deal with that. They didn't want the extra burden of hitting another button or whatever to try and talk to people. And so they were just all perfectly fine chewing in each other's ear. And it drove me up a fucking wall, dude. I could sit in that call for maybe a few hours, but 5 or 10 minutes into people eating. Well, and so we would have set the same rule with the push to talk, but they preferred, right? It was a consensus. I was the only one who hated it. But their consensus was they would rather not have to click the extra button in order to talk, and so it was just a free for all. I was just the odd man out in that particular. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess microphones are good enough that when you have super, super loud sounds like that, like crunching chips, it does tend to just mute people who are doing stuff like that. And so you only hear a little bit of the crunch. But even still, I just couldn't deal with it. This fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd and you know it. If you're a nerd and you know it, your name is Felixa. If you're a nerd and you know it, your name is Felixa. You're a nerd and you know it and you really want to show it. You're a nerd and you know it, your name is Felixa. Ah ha ha, you cannot catch me because you're a nerd. Ah ha ha, you cannot catch me because you're a nerd. You're a nerd and you're slow and I run away real fast. If you're a nerd and you know it, your name is Felixa. What'd y'all think of my little song? Super creative, right? I'm gonna be the next Weird Owl. Weird Owl. I always thought his name was Weird Owl when I was a kid, and now that I'm older, I can't stop calling him Weird Owl. I thought so too, Ray Rick. I thought so too. You laying down the fire tracks. Roasting these fools. Hey, we got 5 million. 5 million LP. 5 million LP. So dope. Let's see. We're probably going to have to move to another area here in a minute. Oop, a large one just got added here. We're definitely going to go get that. Really? You silly nerd. You're not gonna get me. 2-second align time. I have to make a massive mistake for you to get me. Or you gotta be in a much better ship for, you know, rushing over to somebody and tackling them down. I think PLEXed is a nerd, and they know it. And they really want to show it. They're chasing me around like a silly goose. Bye, Dexter. I mean, at this point, they're not doing either one of us any good. See, now they're going to go back to that other medium one. Thinking I went back to the other medium one. So we're going to get to work on the timer on this large one a little bit here, which will be nice. We're just going to slowly burn these timers down because they're not spending any time. Right? And anytime I pick the one that they don't go to, I get a little bit of beacon time here. So eventually I'll get all these. It might take a really long time. I'm gonna get them. This person's a goofy motherfucker. You and your goofy ass. Look at you and your goofy ass. Yo, what's up, Gravy? How are you? Oh, did the nerd stop trying to chase me? Doing okay, just making midnight snacks. Hell yeah. Nope, they're still chasing me. Bye, Dexter. Do you know which one I went to? Cheesy chicken nuggets. Mmm. That sounds delicious. Something I like to do is cut up chicken nuggets into smaller pieces and put them in my mashed potatoes. With like some cheese and some bacon and some sour cream. Heyo. Oh, they ran away. Felixa. We were friends. I thought we were getting to know each other and bonding.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
I guess I won the who's the most stubborn person contest. I get it, dude. Get it. Some loaded mashed potatoes with some chopped up chicken nuggets. Delicious and nutritious. That's why I like the mashed potato bowls or whatever from KFC, because that's basically what those are, right? You get your little chicken bites and mashed potatoes and corn and cheese and gravy. KFC bowls are so good. You don't get that there. Oh, that's so depressing. If that's not a good reason to move, I don't know what is. No KFC is a travesty. How do you get fried chicken? Get chicken and wraps and burgers and that's... Oh, so you do at least get some KFC chicken. There's no bowl. Okay. Got it. Got it. Whew. That was almost too much for me, dude. Almost had a meltdown right here on your behalf. They still have like sides of mashed potatoes at the KFC, right? So you probably just get like a side of mashed potatoes and then pull apart your chicken and dump it in there. And, you know, they've got like sides of corn and all that other stuff. Get you a side of biscuits, a side of corn, a side of mashed potatoes, and a 3-piece chicken. No mashed potatoes at all? Yo, what the fuck is wrong with your KFC? Do the people in your culture just not eat mashed potatoes? I'm beside myself right now. That's the weirdest shit I've ever heard in my whole life. You should start a riot. Y'all should march on the KFC. Pickets. Signs. And protest the lack of mashed potatoes. 'Cause that's some bullshit. I mean, you don't have to go to war about it. But at least march down there with some signs and shit. And express to the people in charge of the KFC franchises where you're at that not having mashed potatoes is unacceptable. They need to correct that shit. And if they won't fix it, then you start a civil war about it. Got to at least be a little diplomatic. Yeah, I mean, I eat potatoes on like everything. I love potatoes. We get big old bags of potatoes here. And then, every 4 or 5 days, I'll take, 5 or 6 potatoes and stick them in our Instant Pot and cook them. So they're all cooked on the inside. And then you can do whatever you want with them, right? If you wanted like some mashed type potatoes, you could take one and like mash it up real good. And then you'd kind of have mashed potatoes, right? Add a little butter to it, you'd be good. Or I slice them up and I fry them and I put them on my tacos. Or, dice them up and put them in some eggs or whatever, but just so they're already cooked. And you can use them for whatever. But I don't know how people live without potatoes. I eat like at least a potato a day, probably. Maybe more. Derek Johnson, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? It's corn. I eat corn every day. I like me some corn. I can get behind some corn. I don't know if I'd eat it every day, though. Mr. Johnson, I feel, if I'm not mistaken, like you were the person who subscribed to my YouTube channel while I was in the middle of recording a video. I wasn't even live. I was just recording a video and all of my stuff still happened to be up. So when your sub came in, I was in the middle of recording. And so it still like played the sound and all that stuff in the recording for the video. So there's a video out there that I did that wasn't on stream that has, I think, your sub. Maybe not. I'm not 100% sure. It was a while ago. It was pretty funny. All right, I'll go take a quick Yeah, have fun, Gravy. Enjoy your shower. It's funny because when people use emojis on YouTube, I don't actually usually see them. They normally just come out as text to me. So all I see right now is face, fuchsia, tongue out. Which is a hilarious way to get emojis. You playing any Eve at all, Derek? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's this motherfucker again. Bye, Derek.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
It's been over 6 months that I've been dealing with this fucking clown. And it's starting to piss me the hell off.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Sorry, I didn't mean to clear my throat into the microphone there. Thought I had it muted. Hey, welcome back. Cool. Sounds like a lot of fun. I need to spend some time on some animations, but in order to do that, I need to break apart a bunch of the pieces of the characters so that I can animate them a little more completely, so that they're not just so it's not just one layer, but so that there's lots of malleable layers that I could mess with. So you could move the eyebrows or detach the book from the dinosaurs so that it can be moved and manipulated in different ways. Detach the arms so that they can be moved and manipulated in different ways, so that they're not all attached to the same little bits. Mixing both games and art nowadays keeps things fresh for me. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun. You gotta do what you enjoy doing. It's the only way to really grow your channel. If you're not having fun, it shows, and everything just kind of starts to tank. And then you end up in a spiral of, things are going poorly, so you're having less fun, so things go more poorly, so you're having less fun. A vicious cycle. There used to be Adobe Character AI, which used to help animate 2D really fast, but they took it out of free, put it in the Adobe subscription plans. Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of the general MMO, or MO, not MMO. Kind of the general MO of companies today is, while we're developing this tool and trying to learn how to make it work, we put it out there for free so that we can get a lot of feedback from a lot of users doing a lot of different things with it. And then once we've done that, we monetize it so that all of these people have gotten used to having access to this feature, and then now we get them to pay for it. I'm not opposed to companies making money, but that's not true. I kind of am, actually. But I keep using Blender. It's been open source since 2002, and they have never stopped developing it. Yeah. I mean, that's why things like the Godot engine are so good. It's why things like Blender is so good. It's why, there are lots of really good tools out there that are open source. There are lots of good open source AI models. You mentioned Adobe having an animation AI model, but there are probably some open source AI models out there that could do maybe not the exact same, but a fairly good implementation of the same thing that you could probably download and run on your own home computer. All the time they're coming out with edge AI models that can be run locally on your machine that, LLMs and image generators and stuff like that are extremely powerful. That might take a little bit of time on, a lower tier GPU, or maybe won't even run if you don't have a really good GPU. But, we're moving things more to the edge more and more often because it's just better to be able to use that stuff on your own. And it's too easy to replicate, right? Once a company goes through a lot of the research and development required to make those things happen, it becomes fairly easy to open source and replicate. Yeah, I mean, you do need to have either some sort of a like a tensor processing unit, but they also make those now that are fairly good for running AI models. So instead of needing to run off of your GPU, you can just get processing units that are specifically designed for running neural networks. Some of them are, like in flash drives. Some of them are PCIe type stuff. But it's definitely something to look into if you intend to use AIs at all to assist in your workflows. There are some good things out there for that. Even if it's just for mocking things up before you completely rebuild them on your own. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to smack my mic. Yeah, have a good night, Gravy. Thanks for stopping by and chit-chatting. Always appreciate your input. Let's see, where are we at over here? Almost 5.1 mil. Nice. I don't see the person who I think would be the buyer here. But it's been a few hours since I posted anything, so... Selling 5 mil PLF LP. Let's see if I can get a reply here. Because I need my ISK. Need to buy myself some freaking Plex. What's the Plex market looking like? Still 5.5. Nice. Definitely want to Plex these accounts as soon as I can. Just in case, you know? You never know what could happen to the Plex market. It could shoot up tomorrow. Suddenly be way more expensive for no reason. I seriously think that this chat is defunct now. Linja, what's up? You mean by selling to them instead of going and buying all the stuff myself and then selling it on the market? Or do you mean specifically selling to those people? Oh. I mean, everybody I've spoken to is pretty unwilling to buy Minmatar LP for any more than 750. So, I mean, unless you've got a hookup that I can't get access to without knowing somebody. But I've messaged all of the LP buyback corps I can about selling it, and they've pretty much all said 750. Looking on trading discords, people are selling these for 800 to 850. Interesting. I guess I need to join some discords. That's going to be annoying. Yeah, I'll look into that after I get off today then. Maybe. It's possible. Bye, fuckface. Alright, that one just got captured. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks, game.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Hmm. Yeah, just let me know, Linja. I will happily always sell my LP to you if you want it. I don't care who it goes to, as long as I get paid. Start spamming angles. Angels. What do you mean start spamming angels? You mean gaining angel LP? So you can make the new ship? Go, go, battle cruiser. Doo, 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 doo. So many things to level up. It's really too bad. I like most of the rest of their ships. I specifically don't like this U-shaped crap, though. Like, this is cool. This one's super cool. It's that U I don't really like. Won't ever see it in game? Oh, why is that? Could you be like zoomed out so far? I mean, I'm gonna see it because I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna fly it. That's okay. I'm gonna get one for each of my accounts. And then I'm gonna fly all 4 of them out and go blow people up. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. I'm not gonna fly it alone. There's gonna be 4 of them. That's fine. I could win 4 versus 200. No problem. Don't underestimate my power. Besides losing them all, I'd only lose like 2.4 trillion ISK. That's no big deal. I'm sure it'll be fine. They can have drones and stuff, right? Surely. Surely they can have drones. The drones will get them. Or maybe not. Nope, no drones. Womp womp. Well, it looks like I'm probably going to get killed by a bunch of frigates then. Alack and alas. Maybe if I spread out the Titans enough, they'll shoot the frigates off of each other. Maybe that'll work. Why are they focusing so much on the Angel cartel ships? I mean, there's not some sort of storyline or something like that that's going on that's causing them to focus on that, or... Got it. Got it. So they've got... Yeah, okay, cool. So I assume at some point they'll start doing the same stuff for the Guristas then? Or do the Guristas already have? The Guristas already have all that stuff. Okay. Alligator. Rawr, it's an alligator. I mean, ships are the driver in this game. If there aren't new ships to go after and new fits to build and stuff like that, then the gameplay loop could get pretty stale pretty quick. That's the best path that they have for shaking up the meta, is making new ships. Years ago, one of the concept artists made 3 concepts for each capital class. One ship for angels, but many years we didn't hear about these ships. But a year ago they released Azariel. A few months ago Sathariel, and now the carrier left. Nice. You can't warp there. I can warp wherever the fudge I want. Why are there so many people in my freaking system? Go away. Nobody cares about you. You're a stupid duty head. I think it's about time to find a new zone here. Ooh, there's a good zone. Yeah, we're definitely going to this one. Have you visited Zarzak's system yet? Place is absolutely dream for faction warfare. I have not. I read a little bit about it, but not a lot. It definitely seemed like a cool place to try and live out of. But I haven't been over there yet. Interesting. There is a lot of lore in this game. For a game that doesn't have a ton of PvE like questing and stuff like that, there's a lot of story behind the game. I mean, I guess you have epic arcs, but yeah, I mean, I'm not a big story person. I don't actually care about the story of any game I've ever played, but I am very much more about the mechanics. So I would never go out of my way to consume lore content, but it's cool that they have it. And it's cool that there are people who are into it. I was talking to myself. So Zarzak is like over here, right? Zarzak. Oh, I'm only 6 jumps away. Otherwise, a system in which highly advanced civilization placed their fancy station, but at one point they gave it to Concord, and Concord did shit with it. A person called Deathless Cave and fucked empires from that system. Cool. I didn't realize that there was any technology still in Empire space. It was non-Empire. Of course, I guess nullsec isn't Empire space, but whatever. I guess when your places I've been map looks like this, you tend to not know a ton about what's out there in the world. To explain what happened with that advanced civilization, Jovians, they went through many golden ages and virtually they were superior strong, but they started modifying their genes and stuff. And at one point, they developed diseases which were fatal for them. And last straw was when the Amar tried to invade them. From that point, they picked all stuff they had and left into 3 regions that are locked from players. Also, lore-wise, they are the reason why humanity have capsular technology and why Concord are so OP. Interesting. I wonder if eventually we'll get access to those zones. If one day we'll go fuck with the Jovians some more. That sounds like fun. Cool thing is that in early days of Eve, all the admin characters used to look like Jovians. There's also probably a plan to release Jovian ships to players. A few times happened. No way to obtain skill books to fly it? That's funny. Whoops. Hmm. Deathless is the dude who took over Zarzak? Is that what you said?
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting
I mean, if your name's gonna be Deathless, you better be a badass. Because people are gonna try and put that to the test. There is no universe in which you name yourself Deathless, and people don't just immediately try to murder you. I mean, like I said, that stuff just doesn't really matter to me. I'm not particularly interested in lore of video games. More interested in the mechanics. Isn't that what the... Is it the Triglavian ships deal dot damage? Isn't there a group of ships that you can own that deal dot damage of some sort? Or is it these deathless circles? Yeah, it's definitely these. Yeah, I've definitely talked to some people about that before. Might have been you. There's too many things to remember in this fucking game. Concord Shuttle. Covert Ops, Recon. I mean, it's a little boring, but as long as it fucks shit up. Skybreaker. This looks like a freaking Power Ranger Zord. These all kind of look like Power Ranger Zords. Yeah. Yeah, that's almost exactly what they look like. That's funny. Go, go, Power Rangers. Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo. Boo-doo-boo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
I have more LP than anyone in the world. I wonder if these three nerds are going to be here. Since this is a 3-spot. Hey, look. The 3 nerds are here.
Warp drive
Hi, nerds. One of them tried to come get me. Failure. Nice detail tale of Fulcrum is that Garistas have club inside, and when you are docked, you can hear music playing. Oh, that's funny.
warp drive active.
Is it house music? Is it all like... oots, oots, oots? Is that how the Garistas get down? Nice. Ba-doom, 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 boom. Ba-doom, 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 boom. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Ding.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
Your face is a natural phenomenon. Not in a good way. I thought they might have been here. Guess it's time to move on. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's a good one. Lots of stuffs. I really need for more interesting games to be coming out in the MMO genre. I feel like every topic when it comes to MMOs is just beat to death at this point. And I'd really like some new interesting mechanics and stuff like that to discuss. Something really interesting and new and fun and because I just don't feel like I have anything valuable to say at this point. Other than just reiterating stuff that I've already said. I don't know what to talk about. Interesting. I do not know Roman numerals. So I would have totally thought that person was just saying 10 4 times. I mean, it's not dumb. It's interesting. It's more interesting than the silence that I was producing, so. Vote for Pedro. Vote for which Pedro? I don't know if I could stand to have 40 accounts. That might be too much for me. I might lose my father mucking mind. It is 40. I bet he assumed since XX is 20, doing it twice was 40. I mean, even if he knew that XXXX wasn't 40, you don't know what it is, but you know that X is 10. Stands to reason that you just throw 4 X's out there. Just cuz. It's probably what I would have done if I was trying to say 40. I mean, it's not really that complicated. It's just like 4 is IV instead of III. The rules to Roman numerals are fairly simple. You just have to know where the breakpoints are. But also, breaking the rules doesn't make it difficult to understand either, right? The reason they don't use III and they use IV instead is just because it's easier to read. There was probably a time when Roman numerals were first getting developed where either of those two things was acceptable, and the convention came out of the fact that people were getting 3 and 4 mixed up a lot. So I'm sure they ended up developing the convention over time to prevent misunderstandings. Because if you were trying to read, 4 eyes, somebody could write a little sloppy, or, your vision could not be 100%, or all kinds of stuff. I mean, I don't use Roman numerals. I have no intention to use Roman numerals. Useless knowledge that helps your dad during the Super Bowl. That's funny. I mean, it's just like somebody knowing Morse code or something like that. It's not really valuable until suddenly it is. Perfectly fine knowledge to have. It's just not something that I'm going to learn because I don't really have any reason to need it. Learned that in the army in a weird class they decided to host one year. I didn't ever get to go to any weird classes where they were trying to teach you things. I was always in trouble when I was in the Navy. I was never up to date on my quals. Because I didn't like talking to people. Yeah, it seems like a pretty complicated way to talk. I don't know if I would have the ability to figure it out. I tried to learn a couple of languages in my life. I've tried to learn French and Japanese. And I just don't really have the head for it. I guess technically it's not another language, just a new alphabet, but still. It's a lot. have a visual guide of it in my classroom. Kids try do an engineering project with telegraphs. Sit on opposite sides of the room. Headphones trying to decipher it. This is after they learn how to. That's cool. That's a really cool little project. I like that a lot. Useless knowledge, but gives them a base in simple circuits. I mean, it's really not useless knowledge, though. Like you said, it gives them a base understanding of simple circuits and, you know, just how sound works and how we transmit data and information and sounds and stuff like that. And even a really, really rudimentary knowledge of something like that will allow you to identify whether or not it's something you want to pursue further because you find it really, really interesting, and maybe you go do a little bit of your own personal research before you say, you know what, this is maybe something I want to do with my life. But also, if for some reason you ever need to be able to, you know, fix something or find a way to communicate with people for some reason or something like that, knowing that stuff and having that base knowledge will allow you to come up with something better than never learning those things. Don't think I would call it useless. Is it likely that you'll ever need to know how to Morse code things? Probably not, but fuck. Get to tell Jimmy to fuck himself with beeps. There you go. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point of those things. That's why you have poetry assignments in this motherfucker. You goofy little bitch. Weird. Hmm. All right. Well, I think I'm pretty freaking bored with this today. Plague of AI generated posters on Amazon, looking to get new ones for my class. Cannot find good ones. Get misspelled. It's wrong. Yeah. It's not helping the world of AI that there's so much trash generated by the AI people are trying to sell and make money off of. I'm 100% behind using AIs to generate things, generate code, generate images, do whatever. But when you're trying to monetize that stuff, especially when you're putting so little effort into it and then trying to monetize it, you're really just not helping the social commentary around it at all. And you're kind of a cunt. Oh, I think my other character is getting attacked now too. Run away. Can't run away. No, I'm definitely bored with this. Yeah, I think we're probably just going to call that quits for the day. All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. Really appreciate it. I'll be back again tomorrow, like always. Maybe things won't end up being so boring. Maybe I can come up with something interesting to talk about, because there's not really anything interesting to talk about in the game right now, because we're just watching timers tick down. There's not really... And, I mean, we've already hashed out all of my problems with this game and all the things I think should be different. So there's not really any point in continuing to talk about that stuff, so... Maybe I can find something else interesting to talk about while we sit there and watch timers tick down. I don't know. But we'll be back tomorrow. So I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one.